a subscriber. It is called London's Strangest Tales. Extraordinary but true stories, and it's by Tom Quinn, and on the frontier is a drawing of the Tower of London. Now these are quite short tales, so I think we will just dip in and out. Have a look. This is a list of all the different tales. There's quite a lot of them, as you can see. Okay. So let's start with Put Out Your Fire, 1066. Many delightful traditions linger in London long after their practical usefulness has gone. The beadle who watches Burlington Arcade, for example, forbids running, umbrellas and whistling, despite the fact that these are no longer evidence of a lack of gentility. Until recently, in Parliament, an MP, under certain circumstances, may only interrupt a debate if he first dons a top hat. Ravens are still kept at the Tower of London for fear that if they depart, the monarchy will fall. But perhaps the oddest and longest lasting tradition is the curfew bell, still rung each evening in South Square, in Gray's Inn, a centre of the legal profession since 1370. The curfew bell rung here would have been only one of dozens rung all over medieval London, for the word curfew comes from the Norman French couvre le feu, meaning put out your fire, and it was wrong not to tell citizens that they must not leave their houses, but rather to tell them, since it was bedtime, that they should make sure they had extinguished all their fires and candles. The fear to be realised in the terrible fire of 1666 was that without a reminder someone might forget a candle or fire, and the result would be that the thousands of dry timber and thatched buildings would ignite. Originally, apart from the bells rung here at Gray's Inn, all London churches rang the curfew. It was on the order of William the Conqueror, 1028 to 87, and as late as the beginning of the Second World War, a dozen or more city churches still rang the curfew. Today, that 1,000-year tradition is still held in two places, Gray's Inn, as we have seen, and the Tower of London. Interesting. So we will bypass the Bishop of Winchester's geese and the squabbling churchmen. How about the human lavatory? sadly run by grey men in suits, still has some 300 members, and they administer a number of charities, including almshouses in South London, a school in North London, and a number of churches, but they have enjoyed or suffered a turbulent and fascinating history. Perhaps most interestingly, the merchant tailors are also responsible for that curious phrase where one describes a state of chaos or indecision as being at sixes and sevens. To find out how this odd phrase came into the language, we need to take a brief look at the early history of the guild. The merchant tailors, who were later joined by the linen armourers, originally made clothes, but most particularly a medieval jacket called a gambeson. This was a thick padded jacket, padded because it was worn in battle, either under armour by the nobility or on its own by the common soldiers. As the gambeson fell out of use with introduction of firearms and abandonment of swords and pikes, the merchant tailors moved on to make tents for the army until sometime in the 17th century even this became a pointless exercise. The company received its charter as early as 1327 and is, as a result, considered one of the 12 great livery companies. These tend to be the most ancient companies, and they include the mercers, drapers, fishmongers and goldsmiths. They were livery companies because members of particular guilds wore distinctive clothes or livery. In its royal charter of 1503, the guild is given its full name, the Guild of Merchant Tailors of the Fraternity of St. John Baptist in the City of London. Early in their history, the guilds were jealous of their status and fought for their place in the order of precedence during any progress of the Lord Mayor across London. After endless arguments with the Guild of Skinners about who should take sixth place in the order of precedence and who seventh, the Lord Mayor of London issued an order in the late 15th century to the effect that the Skinners and merchant tailors would alternate in precedence in odd-numbered years. The merchant tailors would be sixth in order. In even years, the Skinners would take the sixth place and the merchant tailors would be seventh, hence the phrase to be at sixes and sevens. That's interesting. The alternating precedence continues to this day. There we go. Oh, this is called The House That Shakespeare Knew, ? 1502. Few domestic houses in central London can lay claim to as many strange tales as a tall, narrow house that stands on the south bank of the Thames looking towards St. Paul's Cathedral and close to the site of Shakespeare's original Globe Theatre. The fact that the house is still standing is a remarkable tale in itself, for this elegant narrow building, once part of a terrace, is the last remaining of the many bankside houses that once lined the river here. On the wall, next to the front door of number 49, is a plaque that bears the name of a very famous Englishman, as well as that of a Spanish princess, who inadvertently changed the course of British history. The plaque claims, "Here lived Sir Christopher Wren during the building of St. Paul's Cathedral. Here also, in 1502, Catherine Infanta of Castile and Aragon, afterwards first Queen of Henry VIII, took shelter on her first landing in London." However, as with many London tales, all also suggests that it was highly unlikely that the future Queen of England would have stayed in a modest building alongside the River Thames in a less than salubrious area. Running down one side of the house, sadly now closed to the public, is one of London's narrowest thoroughfares, Cornhill Cap Alley. In its early years, this was a poor and dangerous part of London, apart from the theatres, banished to the south side of the river by the more religious-minded members of the government, who thought plays immoral. The area was also famous for its bear-baiting and cockfighting pits, as well as for the sheer number of its brothels. The murder rate here was probably twice that of the city across the water, and there are vague references to respectable citizens simply disappearing in the vicinity of Cardinal's Wharf. At least one 20th century owner of the house said he would never excavate below the house for fear of what he might find. Banished dungeons reappear, 1555. Many villages and country towns in England still have their ancient lockups. These are small, usually single-roomed buildings, often near the market square or by the side of a back street, that were once used to house those arrested before they could be taken to court and dealt with by local magistrates. They were also used simply to get someone unruly off the streets for the night, a drunk perhaps, and having sobered up, the miscreant would then be released the next day. The City of London had similar, though usually large lockups until fairly recent times, but in the city they were and are called compters. The original compter buildings have, like so much of London's history, been swept away, but here and there the underground cells of former compters do survive. Casual passers-by would be astonished to discover that what may well have once been the dungeons of the formerly infamous Wood Street compter, situated in Mitre Court in the city, can still be seen complete with their chains and fetters. Mitre Court gets its name from the celebrated Mitre Tavern that once stood here. It is mentioned by countless writers and features in Ben Jonson's 1572-1637 play Bartholomew Fair. The compter once housed some 70 prisoners. It was built in 1555 and was under the control of the sheriffs of London. It seems to have been used as a lock-up, but also curiously as a debtor's prison, and even to house the overflow of prisoners when nearby Newgate was full. For centuries all trace of it was assumed to have vanished, but early in the 20th century the former dungeons were rediscovered. One wonders how many other pots of ancient London buildings remain underground and awaiting rediscovery. The compter was unusual in reflecting precisely the social conditions outside the prison. It had 3 sections. The best section, the master's side, as it was known, was for the wealthy and aristocratic. The knight's side was for those of some means, however small, and the whole was for the common people. The surviving cellars, now part of a nearby wine merchant, may well have been part of the whole, the most feared part of the prison, and in which incarceration meant you were very likely to die from typhoid, cholera, or some other waterborne disease. Oh, sounds awful. Queen Elizabeth. misgivings. But the church that Jones was asked to build at the west end of the square is bizarre, because it is built the wrong way round. Problems began when the Duke of Bedford, who seems to have been keen for the houses to be beautifully built, told Jones that he really didn't care much for the idea of a church at all, and that therefore it was to be built as cheaply as possible. "I want it little better than a barn," he is reputed to have said. But Jones, being proud of his work, decided that he would build magnificently anyway. "I will build the handsomest barn in England," he claimed. The planned design involved having a main entrance into the square, in other words, at the east end of the church. But when Archbishop Laud got wind of the plan, he was furious, and despite the fact that the church was almost complete, he ordered that the east end of the church should be blocked up and that the entrance should be rebuilt at the west end, where it remains to this day. The heavy portico at the east end reminds us that this should originally have been the grand entrance. It is ironic that the building on which least care was lavished, officially at least, is the only one to survive from Inigo Jones's time. During the years of Covent Garden's fame, which lasted until the end of the 17th century, the houses were proudly kept, but as the fashionable moved out in the 18th century, the square became famous for its brothels and gin shops. This was caused partly by the growth of the vegetable market, which had started in the middle decades of the 17th century, but had grown enormously a century later, with late-night revellers from the theatres, gin palaces and coffee houses open all night to service the market porters. The area lost its reputation as a genteel district and became the debauched, squalid place depicted in Hogarth's Morning from the series 4 Times of the Day. Inigo Jones's plan for a piazza made the word fashionable for decades, and hundreds of London girls were christened Piazza in the years up to 1650. Read this one. Where to get your coat of arms, 1666. The British are obsessed with social class. It's a truism, but one that reverberates through history. In earlier times, the rising middle classes tried desperately to find an ancestor or two who would introduce a hint of blue blood to the family. Thomas Hardy's Test the D'Urbervilles reveals that even a poor country girl could be fooled into thinking that her ancestors were aristocrats, and that somehow this meant her whole life should change. Then there was Shakespeare, who made every effort to persuade the College of Arms to accept his family's entitlement to a banner that would proclaim them gentlemen through and through. He failed, but the institution to which he applied for his coat of arms still exists in the heart of London. The vast mystery of family coats of arms, their history, design, conception, and meaning can be traced to an ancient, crooked, but still magnificent building in Queen Victoria's Street in the heart of the old city and close to the river. A miraculous survivor of German bombs, the 17th century College of Arms is home to a bizarre range of officials who can be grouped into the Royal Heralds and the King at Arms. There are 3 Kings at Arms, Carter, Norroy and was established, no one, whether company or individual, is allowed to design and use a coat of arms without the permission of the college, and there are strict rules about what exactly can appear on a coat of arms. There are a number of cases where those who broke the rules have been fined heavily for so doing. Most of the terms used by the college are based on a curious medieval mix of Norman French, still current in elevated circles for a century and more after the Norman invasion, Latin and Middle English. The College of Arms still has the charters and other documentation that survived the Great Fire of 1666, when the 15th century building on the same site was burnt down. All the paperwork was bundled into a boat and taken across the river. Traditionally, though this is apparently not the case now, jobs in the college were given to important friends of important people, which may explain the long line of eccentrics, drunks and lunatics who have snoozed away the decades in the ancient panelled rooms of this delightful building. Among the most eccentric was William Oddities, 1696 to 1761, apparently given a job as herald because the Duke of Norfolk had enjoyed reading Oldie's book about Sir Walter Raleigh. Dukes of Norfolk, remember, always get the job of Earl Marshal, whose main role is to organise state occasions, funerals, weddings and coronations. Oldies spent his days and evenings in a local pub, but employed a man to carry him back, completely drunk, to the college before midnight. If he was later than that, it meant a fine. Oldies is best remembered today for a strange little poem he wrote towards the end of his life. Busy, curious, thirsty fly, drink with me and drink as I, freely welcome to my cup. Couldst thou sip and sip it up? Make the most of life you may, life is short and wears away. Well, that's true. Going in disguise, 1750. James Gray returned to London from service with the Navy in the Far East in 1750. Gray, who was known as Hearty Jemmy, was notorious for fighting and drinking, but within a few weeks of his return he was exposed as a fraud, for James Gray was not a man at all. He was a widow called Hannah Snell. Hannah admitted having shared a room and a bed with dozens of male comrades in arms without once being discovered. During her military career, which had lasted for more than 5 years, she had been wounded several times and flogged for various misdemeanours. It seems hard to credit, but despite all this and more, her identity as a woman was never even suspected. such a thing. Within months, and following a flogging for insubordination, Hannah deserted the army and joined the navy instead. She signed up at Portsmouth. Clearly a bit of a rebel, she was quickly in trouble and flogged again, but she stayed at sea, and by all accounts proved a remarkably brave fighter. She was involved in hand-to-hand fighting during one skirmish just outside Madras in India. She dug trenches and latrines, waded through rivers, and was wounded more than a dozen times. Some time later, no one is sure exactly when, she sailed for Lisbon, where she heard news that her husband had been executed. She refused to leave the navy until her 5 years were up, and she could claim her pension, which is exactly what she did. When she finally returned to London with her money, she had her story printed and became the talk of the town. The Duke of Cumberland was so impressed he put her name on the King's list, a list of pensioners, to receive cousin's clothes and his name, and enlisted in 1745 in Guise's regiment of foot. Anna was signed on without question simply because, at that time, no one would have dreamed that a woman would even consider doing such a thing. Within months, and following a flogging for insubordination, Anna deserted the army and joined the navy instead. She signed up at Portsmouth. Clearly a bit of a rebel, she was quickly in trouble and flogged again, but she stayed at sea and by all accounts proved a remarkably brave fighter. She was involved in hand-to-hand fighting during one skirmish just outside Madras in India. She dug trenches and latrines, waded through rivers, and was wounded more than a dozen times. Sometime later, no one is sure exactly when, she sailed for Lisbon, where she heard news that her husband had been executed. She refused to leave the navy until her 5 years were up and she could claim her pension, which is exactly what she did. When she finally returned to London with her money, she had her story printed and became the talk of the town. The Duke of Cumberland was so impressed, he put her name on the King's list, a list of pensioners, to receive £30 a year. She eventually married again and opened a pub in Wapping called the Female Warrior, but, for reasons that have never been explained, she ended her days in the Bethlehem Hospital for the insane. She died there in 1792. Let's see. This is a very short one. Highland soil in Westminster, 1716. The British are notoriously eccentric, and as a general rule it is probably pretty safe to say that the richer the individual, the greater the eccentricity. One of the most eccentric London residents of all time has to be the 18th century Earl of Fife, a staunch Jacobite who hated the repression of the Scots that followed their defeat at Culloden in 1745. He was determined to get the better of the English whenever he could. But the Earl was in a tricky position. From 1760 on, he found that he had to visit London regularly for business reasons, and the easiest way to do this, then as now, for the very rich, was to buy or build a house. But the Earl's motives were not entirely financial. He hated the idea of being in London at all, and by building his own house, he could avoid the horror of having to stay in an English hotel run by the hated English. But even if he built his own house in London, it would still be on English soil, which was an anathema to the good Earl. His solution was to buy a plot of land on Horseguards Avenue, near Whitehall. He then arranged, at enormous expense, to have a merchant ship filled with Scottish soil and sailed down the coast and up the Thames to Whitehall Steps. From here, the soil was carried up Whitehall in a series of carts and dumped on the Earl's new acre of ground. Once the detested English soil had been completely covered with the superior Scottish soil, the Earl went ahead and built his new house. Sadly, not a trace of that house remains today, but since we have no evidence that the soil beneath the house was ever removed, we must assume that the land here is still as Scottish as it was in 1760. That's a good one. next new British Museum, which was situated in Piccadilly, and within a few months almost 500,000 people had queued to see the collection. Bullock made a fortune, and the British appetite for sensation was satisfied. In fact, Bullock did so well that he moved his collection of Napoleon artifacts into what he called Museum Napoleon. But the obsession with the fallen emperor didn't end there. A 431 square foot replica of the battlefield at Waterloo was created at the Egyptian Hall in Piccadilly, with every detail, soldiers, artillery, horses and landmarks included. How to Stop Dead Cats Flying, 1819. This is a strange one. Let's have a read. One of the delights of London is that if you know what you're looking for, you will find odd, quirky little places in the busiest thoroughfares, and many of these have fascinating and often curious histories. Piccadilly must be one of the most famous streets in the world, but just off it is a row of tiny Georgian shops, virtually unchanged since they were completed in 1819. The shops in question are in the Burlington Arcade, and they are here for a most bizarre reason. Visitors often think the Georgian planners who built these little shops were simply building to make a profit. In fact, they built the arcade to cover a narrow alley that ran alongside Burlington House, now the home of the Royal Academy, but in the early 19th century still a private home. The owner of Burlington House was Lord George Cavendish, who had complained for years that while sitting in his garden he was constantly hit on the head by oyster shells, apple cores, old bottles and even an occasional dead cat. These unpleasant items were thrown over the wall between the garden and the lane which then existed at its side. Cavendish decided that a row of shops would put paid to the nuisance, and so he had them built, and the alleyway vanished forever. Samuel Ware was asked to design the beautiful shop fronts, which exist largely unchanged today, and though the shop interiors are tiny, the shopkeepers have always sold luxury goods. So, what they lack in quantity of stock, they more than make up for in quality. Originally, the arcade was a single story, but an upper level was added in 1906, and above the shops, the rooms were let. According to one wag, they were let to the better sort of courtesan. The beautiful triple arch entrance was destroyed for no good reason in 1931, and the new design was much hated. There was also some damage during the war, but the arcade remains one of the world's first shopping malls. Instead of security men, it still has a beadle who will ask you to leave the arcade if he catches you whistling, singing or humming. Pimps used to whistle to their prostitutes as a warning that the police were nearby, running or carrying an open umbrella. The greatest legal scandal of all, 1819. The law has always been something of a scandalous institution. Lawyers have the best trade union in the sense that entry to the profession is strictly controlled, and because lawyers never undercut each other, and there is no genuine competition between practitioners, the poor public is always forced to pay very high prices for the advice it receives. amongst every other London legal dishonour, was known as the Great Jennings Case. Anyone who has read Charles Dickens' great novel of London life, Bleak House, will remember the case of John Dice and John Dice, which is the central symbol in that novel of social decay and corruption. The case of John Dice and John Dice, though bizarre in its tortuousness, impenetrability and sheer longevity, was based on the Great Jennings Case, which was heard in the Old Hall, Lincoln's Inn. The real case was no less absurd than the story Dickens created to satirise it. The Great Jennings Case started in 1819 when Dickens was only 7 and didn't end until 1870, the year in which the great novelist died. But why was the case such a scandal? The answer is that the lawyers involved made no real efforts to conclude it. It was in their interest to keep it going as long as possible, only because they were earning fat fees. The case finally ended when the money involved in the case ran out. It had all been used up funding lawyers' fees. The World's Smallest Prison, 1835. At one time, most English towns and villages had lockups, small, single-celled buildings where local drunks might be kept secure for the night, or where thieves or other antisocial individuals could be kept to await the arrival of the magistrate. At the southeast corner of Trafalgar Square, and missed by almost every tourist who comes to this place, is a lock-up that is unique even by the standards of these odd little prisons, because the Trafalgar Square lock-up is also Britain's, possibly the world's, smallest police station. The structure looks like a rather fat lamppost, and it is only when one looks closely that one notices the tiny door and window. There is barely room for 2 people to stand upright inside, but it is said that this tiny lockup had and still has a direct telephone link to Scotland Yard. Right up until the 1960s, the Trafalgar Square lockup was still in use, but it is by no means the only strange thing about this part of London. Take the famous lions at the bottom of Nelson's column, for example. When the column was being built, an artist had to be found to design the 4 huge lions round the base of the column. They are so much bigger than life size that it was feared the final result would be embarrassingly out of proportion unless least that part of it wealthy enough to indulge in what was seen as a luxury. But much as people admired the technology, there were many complaints about the aesthetics of the whole enterprise. The chief complaint was that somehow the engines were rather ugly. Letters were written in great numbers to the railway company, asking if they could not brighten up these dismal-looking locomotives. The real problem was that the first generation to experience railways judged them against the brightly coloured mail coaches that still dominated the national transportation system. Since coaches were still on the scene, though declining in numbers, older people looked back to them through the rose-tinted spectacles of nostalgia and hoped that the rather brash trains could be somehow given the glamour and glitter of the older form of transportation. According to the then editor of the Railway News, the London and Greenwich Railway, L&GR Company, took the complaints about the appearance of their engines very seriously. They studied the problem, and after some time, one of their engineers came up with a solution. Because the brick-built viaducts that carried the line into London looked rather like Roman aqueducts, an eccentric engineer at the L&GR suggested to Braithwaite and Milner, who made the company's engines, that they should build a locomotive in the style of a Roman galley. The result was that a year later huge crowds gathered at Cornhill in the city to watch the arrival of a long line of carriages pulled by a very passable imitation of an ancient ship. When word got out, much of the route was regularly lined with spectators, eager to see this extraordinary engine, which was, as its inventor had suggested, particularly impressive when viewed from the ground as it passed sedately over one or other of the company's viaducts. The only thing that spoiled the general effect was the noise and the clouds of dense smoke. Despite its initial popularity, the idea of locomotives imitating ships did not catch on, and the London and Greenwich soon reverted to more practical-looking engines. Trafalgar Square, permanently unfinished, 1838. Present-day Trafalgar Square is built on the site where Henry VIII and earlier kings once kept their birds of prey and their horses. The site was first built on when Chaucer was clerk of the King's Works in the 1380s, and Richard II needed somewhere close to the rambling palace of Whitehall for the royal hawks. Gradually, the word mews was used not just for hawks and falcons, but for other animals kept either for royal use or entertainment. The royal mews lasted well beyond the destruction by fire of the Palace of Westminster, but the area in which the mews stood gradually became a warren of small, dirty lanes where thieves and vagabonds abound. But by the time the area, by then known as the Bermudas, was cleared completely to allow for the building of the present square, the word mews had passed into the language and meant any narrow alleyway where horses were kept. Today in Belgravia and Mayfair, the narrow back lanes behind grand houses are still often called mews, for here the servants lived in small cottages or above the stables where their employers' horses were kept. Like most building projects in London, Trafalgar Square was the subject of endless disputes and arguments. position at the top of the tower, which was completed just in time. When the clock began to run, it was discovered that the 2.5-ton hands were so heavy that the mechanism could not move them. They were redesigned in a lighter metal, but now crashed down past the 3 each time they reached 12. Remade for a third time in hollow copper, they worked and they have kept time accurately ever since. There are 2 theories about the origins of the name Big Ben. Around the time the clock was due to be completed, the prize fighter and publican Ben Gaunt went 60 rounds with the best bare-knuckle boxer in the country, Nat Langham. The bout was declared a draw, but it made both men national heroes. Ben Gaunt was a huge man, and one story has it that the Great Bell was named after him. The other story attributes the name to Benjamin Hall, the Chief Commissioner of Works, who was addressing the House on the subject of a name for the new bell tower, when, to great laughter, someone shouted, "Call it Big Ben." Perhaps the most remarkable thing about the clock is that even by the standards of today's atomic timepieces, it is wonderfully accurate. When the commissioners launched their competition to design it, they stipulated that it must be accurate to within 1 second an hour. Most clockmakers at the time agreed that this was impossible, but that's how accurate the clock still is today. If it does get slightly out of time, penny coins, used as necessary, kept especially for the purpose, are placed on the huge pendulum, and the weight of the coin or coins is enough to adjust the clock by a fraction of a second. Well, I hope you enjoyed those little strange stories all about London. I thought they were fun. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers saying I shall see you very, very soon. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today I'm going to take another look at this lovely book, London's Strangest Tales, Extraordinary but True Stories. merchants of the city had no intention of moving to what was then a windswept and remote location, so they stayed put. But when the legislators at Westminster Hall wanted to hear news of the commercial goings-on of the city, they came to the halfway point, Charing Cross, and the city merchants wanting to know more of affairs of state also came to this spot. The brass plaque marks the exact halfway point between the old city and the new seat of government, and is therefore the centre point, as it were, of both Londons. With the growth of the civil service in the 19th and 20th centuries, the brass plaque helped to solve a more practical problem too. Where London waiting was paid to public officials, there had to be a decision about the area of London within which the extra rate of pay would be calculated. It was decided that anyone working within a 6-mile radius of the brass plaque at Charing Cross would be entitled to the extra payment. So now you know. Okay. Let's read this one. Where to get your coat of arms, 1666. The British are obsessed with social class. It's a truism, but one that reverberates through history. In earlier times, the rising middle classes tried desperately to find an ancestor or two who would introduce a hint of blue blood to the family. Thomas Hardy's Tess of the D'Urbervilles reveals that even a poor country girl could be fooled into thinking that her ancestors were aristocrats, and that somehow this meant her whole life should change. Then there was Shakespeare, who made every effort to persuade the College of Arms to accept his family's entitlement to a banner that would proclaim them gentlemen through and through. He failed, but the institution to which he applied for his coat of arms still exists in the heart of London. The vast mystery of family coats of arms, their history, design, conception and meaning, can be traced to an ancient, crooked but still magnificent building in Queen Victoria Street, in the heart of the old city and close to the river. A miraculous survivor of German bombs, the 17th century College of Arms is home to a bizarre range of officials who can be grouped into the Royal Heralds and the King at Arms. There are 3 Kings at Arms: Garter, Norroy and Clarenceux. The Royal Heralds are York, Lancaster, Windsor, Chester, Somerset and Richmond. The college also houses the Pursuivants, Rouge, Dragon, Blue Mantle, Rouge, Croix and Portcullis. Each of these titles is given to one man. Bizarrely, the head of the college, the Earl Marshal, is always the Duke of Norfolk. Norfolk is England's premier dukedom, but the family has always traditionally been Catholic, and at least one has had his head lopped off for treachery. The role, complexity and purpose of the various jobs carried out at the College of Arms would take a whole book to explain, but suffice it to say that even today, more than 5 centuries The square was and is also home to the Royal College of Surgeons. In earlier times, tumbrils travelled regularly across the square, carrying the bodies of the recently executed for dissection at the college. And in the College Museum is the skeleton of Jonathan Wild, the famous highwayman, who was also the model for John Gay's 1685 to 1732 celebrated character Macheath in the Beggar's Opera. The square was the scene of an encounter that typified the reasons for the 17th century Londoners' love of pretty, witty Nell Gwynn, Charles II's favourite mistress. Stories about Nell abound, but two of the best concern her time here in Lincoln's Inn Fields. Travelling here from Covent Garden one summer day, she found herself surrounded by a mob that jostled her coach. She quickly realised that the angry crowd thought she was Charles's very unpopular French mistress, Catholic Louise de Carroll, 1649 to 1734. With great presence of mind, Nell straightway stuck her head out the window and shouted, "Pray, good people, be civil. I am the Protestant Hall." On another occasion she sat in the house in Lincoln's Inn with her son by Charles II playing nearby. The boy was aged about 5. Nell was irritated that Charles had so far done nothing for the boy, but she knew that direct appeals to him would do nothing. When he arrived to see her, he played with his son for a while, but the boy then ran off to the other side of the room and wouldn't return. Nellie saw her chance. "Come here, you little bastard," she shouted. Charles was horrified. "Why do you use that terrible name?" he asked. "Well, you have given him no other," she replied. Charles promptly made the boy Duke of St. Albans, with land and an income that his descendants enjoy to this day. But without question, the oddest aspect of Lincoln's Inn Fields is that its dimensions are precisely those of the base of the Great Pyramid at Giza. Trains only for the dead, 1854. Just outside Waterloo Station, between what was once York Street, it was recently renamed Leek Street, and the Westminster Bridge Road is a curious reddish building with a grey stone arched entranceway. This is the former entrance to one of London's most extraordinary railway stations. The current building dates from the early 20th century, but it replaced a station building opened on the same site in 1854. The station was the London terminus for the Necropolis Railway, a railway devoted entirely to the dead. To find out how this bizarre situation came about, we have to remember that by the mid-19th century, London's churchyards were full to overflowing. Bodies were stamped down into graves already too full, and in many cases just a few inches of soil covered the decaying corpses. The result was appallingly insanitary conditions and frequent outbreaks of disease. To ease the problems, London's churchyards were closed, and building began on a number of out-of-town cemeteries. Kensal Green, and more famously, Highgate. South of London, Brookwood Cemetery was opened some 25 South Station served the Anglican dead. The North Station was demolished in the early 1960s, but the South Station survived until a fire in 1972. Today the remains of the station platforms can still be seen at Brookwood, the only reminder of the thousands of dead who took their last journey on the Necropolis Railway. Fishing from the roof of the Savoy, 1930. The Savoy Hotel and surrounding area is rich in history, much of it bizarre in the extreme, but there are also odd, endearing tales that attach themselves to the modern hotel and the ancient palace that once stood on the Thames site. One of the best of these tales concerns two guests staying at the hotel back in the 1930s. Like the English, Americans are obsessed with fishing with rod and line, and to the enthusiast, half the pleasure of fishing is arguing about flies and lines and the various techniques for casting them. Two Americans staying at the Savoy in London were particularly keen on fishing, and over dinner one evening they had an argument over whether or not it would be possible to cast a fly using a salmon rod from the roof of the hotel over the gardens and the busy embankment and into the Thames. They were so determined to settle the dispute that they went along to Hardy Brothers, the tackle makers in Pall Mall, and asked them to decide if such a thing was possible. Hardy Brothers approached the angler and author Esmond Drury, who agreed to attempt the feat on condition that he was tied securely to a chimney on the hotel roof. Early one Sunday morning, and with the help of a policeman who stopped all the traffic on the embankment, he proved that it was indeed possible to cast a fly into the Thames from the roof of the Savoy. But the Savoy has always been a place that generates eccentricities. Take the short street at the front where taxis pull up to pick up hotel guests. This short stretch of roadway is the only place in the country where traffic is allowed to drive on the wrong side of the road. No one knows why this is, but cars and taxis here must drive on the right. The Savoy stands on the site of the old medieval Savoy Palace built by Henry III's friend, Count Peter of Savoy, in 1264. The courtyard at the front of the present hotel is said to follow the lines of the original medieval courtyard palace. The present building, completed in 1889, was commissioned and paid for by Richard d'Oylicart, 1844 to 1901, using the vast sums he made putting on Gilbert and Sullivan operas. The famous peach melba was invented here in honour of the great opera diva Nellie Melba, as was the dry martini, and legend has it that if 13 guests find themselves about to sit down to supper, the hotel will provide a 14th guest, a black cat, to avoid the bad luck inherent in the number 13. And there is a long tradition at the hotel that if the guest is important enough, they will put up with almost anything. One guest turned up with her pet crocodile, others have appeared with monkeys, marmosets and parrots are virtually commonplace. Two final strange tales about the Savoy. An American guest once took pot shots with his 12-bore shotgun from the roof at geese flying towards Green Park, and the great violinist Jaska Heifetz once had bagpipe lessons on the roof. A little further west along the Strand from the Savoy is a short street that once ran down to the river. Savoy Street will take you to the Savoy Chapel, person, confusion reigned. The difficulty was only eliminated in the early 18th century when the king sued the duke, i.e. he sued himself, to establish who had the right to the chapel and the land on which it was built. Not surprisingly, the king won. would have provided perfect breeding grounds for the insects, and when the tunnels were finally closed in, the mosquitoes found themselves underground. As the years passed, they reproduced and gradually migrated all along the system, wherever there was water. Today, mosquitoes exist in the deepest parts of the system, and tests have shown that they can no longer interbreed with any other known species of mosquito. Physical isolation has made them change to the point where they have become a separate species, exactly as Darwin predicted. The reason they have changed in a relatively short time is that a century is not in fact a short time at all when seen in relation to the lifespan of a mosquito. Those tunnel mosquitoes have probably gone through thousands of generations in the time they have been isolated. Okay, let's have a look at this one. Lost lavatories, 1985. One of the great tragedies of the past 50 years is the gradual disappearance of London's magnificent public lavatories. Built into the fabric of the environment by 19th century urban planners who were concerned, unlike modern developers, that their buildings should be decorative as well as functional. Public lavatories tended to be built at major street junctions and below ground, but much as the Victorian pub builder wanted to celebrate its skill in the sumptuousness of gin palaces with their sparkling cut glass, fabulous mirrors and huge ornate ceilings and walls, so the lavatory builders created splendid subterranean palaces of gleaming copper pipework, hugely decorative tiles and basins and lavatories with delicate flower decoration. Heavy mahogany doors were used for each lavatory cubicle, and the overall impression was always one of spacious loftiness, for these were palaces to ease and bodily contentment. As it cost a penny to use these grand public conveniences, the Victorian lavatory also gave us the splendid euphemism that survives to this day, the phrase, "I'm going to spend a penny," being among the politest and most delicate indications that one wishes to use the loo. The grand Victorian laboratories were gradually taken out of use by penny-pinching local authorities, who simply assumed that the growth in cafes and restaurants would fill the gap. If the modern city dweller needs to spend a penny, she has to go into an expensive restaurant for a cup of coffee she may well not want, simply to use the loo. But oddly, though many of the old public loos were closed and their entrances sealed over, many still exist, complete with all their magnificent pipework below ground, buried like Egyptian tombs and awaiting some enthusiastic future lavatorial archaeologist. enigmas cisterns. These were spectacular enough to provoke comment in numerous newspapers, but the enthusiasm of the public for them knew no bounds when an attendant in the 1930s decided that each cistern would be far more interesting stocked with goldfish. He duly stocked them, and the fish lived happily in the sparkling clean water, to the delight of patrons for many years, until in fact the Holborn Public Loo suffered the fate of almost every other public loo in London. Okay, I'm going to leave it there. I hope you enjoyed those strange tales all about London. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers, saying I shall see you very, very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today I wanted to show you this book. I picked it up at a charity shop over the weekend, and I just thought it looked interesting. It's called Unsolved, Enigmas. Incredible events that have puzzled the greatest minds. And there's lots of different enigmas inside the book. Let's have a read. It says, in our quest to understand the world, we seek meaning in every bizarre situation. There's nothing more fascinating to us than a good mystery. That's true. Collected here are some of the world's strangest enigmas, from mysterious green children, to haunted town halls. So it looks like there are photographs, paintings, illustrations and maps inside as well. So we'll take a look, see what kinds of enigmas they're talking about. Now, just a disclaimer, I'm only doing this for fun. It's just a fun thing to read. It doesn't mean that I believe any of these things. Okay, let's have a look inside. So it was published in 2020 by New Burlington Books. It's by Sam Pilcher and Leo Monahan. Contents. So we've got historical enigmas, mysterious disappearances, the supernatural, enigmatic creatures, enigmatic people, and further reading, index, etc. So I think I'm just going to maybe have a look at some of these at random. Look at this one. This is the Green Children. Who were the Green Children of Woolpit? Let's have a look. What else do we have? Have you seen the big grey man of Ben McDewey? Why do dogs jump off Overtoun Bridge? What causes the Maria ghost lights? What was the cause of the dancing plague? Did William Shakespeare write his own plays? Did Valentich encounter UFOs? Right. This is Enigma number 1. Date July 1518. Location Strasbourg, France. In medieval France, hundreds of people were suddenly gripped by an irresistible urge to dance and could not stop for several weeks. One morning in July 1518, a woman called Frau Trophy left her house in a narrow back street of Strasbourg, in what is now northeastern France, and unexpectedly found herself beginning to dance. She danced for the rest of the day before collapsing that evening, covered in sweat, and after only a couple of hours' sleep, woke and began to dance all over again, until she was utterly exhausted and her shoes were full of blood. Ooh. Trophia would remain there, dancing for between 4 and 6 days, until she was eventually taken to a shrine to seek help for her condition. She had already attracted another 34 villagers to join her, and within a month there were about 400 people who remained in the same place, jumping and jerking around as they performed a strange dance together. The mention of dancing suggests these people were enjoying themselves, but that was never the case. Many were in deep distress. They were in pain, begging for help. It was not their choice to dance. They did so involuntarily against their will. The dancers wore haunted expressions on their faces, and before long some would collapse from exhaustion, strokes and heart attacks. There are reports that at the height of the outbreak as many as 15 people a day died through this uncontrollable dancing. At the time, the local authorities believed the only cure to this outbreak was to continue dancing, and so, incredibly, they actively encouraged the people to do it all day and night. They opened the centre of the town to the dancers, including 2 guild halls and a grain market, and even constructed a stage in the centre of the city for villagers to dance. They also employed professional dancers to dance alongside them, and a band to play music. Wow. Rather than quell the outbreak, this encouraged it, and even more people joined the dancing throngs. Dancing sweeps the continent. The Strasbourg incident has become the most famous case of mass involuntary dancing, but it certainly wasn't the first, as it had occurred several times before in Western Europe. One of the first reports was as far back as 1021 in the German town of Kolbig, when on Christmas Eve just what had caused these people to dance for so long against their will, some for so long that it killed them. At first it was believed the dancers might be possessed by the devil or suffering from an affliction called hot blood, where victims overheat and cannot control themselves. A popular theory at the time, which has persisted to the present day, is that the dancers were all suffering from a strong form of food poisoning after eating ergot fungus, a psychotropic mould that grows on the stalks of rye, and in a similar way to the drug LSD, can cause hallucinations and spasms. Other areas of medieval Europe suffered with epidemics of what was called ergotism, but academics have dismissed it as a cause in Strasbourg because if the dancers had been infected with it, they simply would not have had the energy to dance for so long. Interesting. So this picture shows the ergot fungus seen here growing on an ear of barley. Alternative theories. Okay, let's read those. Professor John Waller believes the dancing plague was fueled by a phenomenon known as mass psychogenic illness, a form of mass hysteria brought on by a group of people suffering from stress. My explanation rests on the fact that the dancers were in a trance state, otherwise they would have been unable to dance for such lengths of time, Waller has said. We know that the trance state is more likely to occur in people who are under extreme psychological distress. The residents of Strasbourg were under a great deal of distress at this time after suffering a poor harvest and a sharp rise in grain prices, which meant some were starving. Many had also seen their friends and neighbours die from malnutrition. At the same time, there had been outbreaks of several diseases that were also killing people, including syphilis, leprosy, smallpox, and a new one called the English sweat. Wow, I've never heard of that before. People were also gripped by a fear that they could be cursed by Saint Vitus. That rings a bell. Who they believed had the power to control their minds and force them to dance. This fear increased the likelihood they would enter a trance and succumb to the fears they were trying to resist. And then this image at the bottom says, was Saint Vitus responsible for the dancing curse? Here Vitus is depicted in a cauldron, as was popular during the Middle Ages, to represent his torture after conversion to Christianity. Okay, so that's that one. Enigma number 2. Did William Shakespeare write his own plays? Well, let's find out. Date 1589 to 1614. Location England. Shakespeare's complete works are still regarded as the greatest contribution to the English language, but are they really all his own work? Some say not. In England, questioning the legitimacy of William Shakespeare's work is tantamount to high treason. There are plenty of people, though, who believe that the complete works of the bard are not in fact the work of one man. There are those who are adamant that William Shakespeare did not work alone. William Shakespeare was born in Stratford-upon-Avon in 1564, the son of a glove maker. The young man took up acting before writing 38 plays. is where things get controversial. Did Shakespeare write the body of work without assistance? Let's find out. Before I do that, here at the top is the historic home of Mary Arden, the mother of William Shakespeare. Is now iconic, but some argue that Shakespeare's humble origins cast doubt over his ability to write such plays. Okay, the doubts begin. In 1781, a literary scholar named James Wilmot set out to write a comprehensive biography of Shakespeare, and in doing so, started a school of thought known as the anti-Stratfordian theory. Wilmot had visited Stratford-upon-Avon and the surrounding areas, taking in the homes probably visited by his subject, the libraries of the region, and seeking out any correspondence sent or received by Shakespeare. Wilmot was astonished to discover no evidence that Shakespeare ever wrote a book or a letter. He found no books containing Shakespeare's handwriting, no scribbled musings within old Bibles, no signed letters. The biographer deduced that a man who it was claimed wrote so prolifically and with so much passion must surely also be one who had left a trail of words. As he could not find such a trail, Wilmot started to believe that the works of the bard had not been written by Shakespeare at all. Right. Such was the love for Shakespeare, even in the early 19th century, that Wilmot would not go public with his findings or his conspiracy theories. But those who have shared his mistrust of Shakespeare's credentials believe that in 1805 his friend, the lecturer, James Corton Powell, did. Lectures were apparently discovered in 1931 that had been given by Powell and argued forcibly for the idea that it was not Shakespeare who wrote these great plays, but someone of a far higher standing within English society. To believe or not to believe? That is the question. The anti-Stratfordian theory grew more fashionable throughout the 19th century. In 1857, Delia Bacon wrote a book arguing that it was Francis Bacon, the Elizabethan author and philosopher, there he is, who in fact had written the plays and sonnets. Delia Bacon was not related to Francis, but her book soon garnered much attention. The American novelist Nathaniel Hawthorne wrote the foreword to it, and when Mark Twain read it years later, he, for one, was convinced. So far as anybody actually knows and can prove, Shakespeare of Stratford-upon-Avon never wrote a play in his life, he said in 1909. Since Twain, many modern commentators have questioned the long-held assumption that one man was responsible for this magnificent body of work. The actor and director Orson Welles, himself a fine performer of Shakespearean prose, refused to conform to the idea that just one man was responsible for the plays he so loved. The civil rights activist Malcolm X became intrigued by the argument, even writing in his autobiography about the Shakespeare dilemma, wondering if Shakespeare existed, he was then the top poet around, so why hadn't Shakespeare been involved in the writing of the King James Bible? If he existed, why didn't King James use him? Charlie Chaplin was also an advocate for the anti-Stratfordian theory, saying in 1964, "I am not his name on their original title pages. Then there are the deeds to the Globe Theatre in London, the venue at which many of Shakespeare's plays were first performed. There is documentation that proves that the William Shakespeare named on them is the same man baptised in Stratford-upon-Avon in 1564. It seems likely that a William Shakespeare was involved with the writing of these wonderful plays, but it is argued that Elizabethan drama was very much a collaboration, that while one man's genius was a driving force, his body of work owes much to others, and that, like a Hollywood movie, a finished script that is attributed to one screenwriter will actually have been looked at and added to by many different minds. So, whisper it quietly in England. Okay, I am whispering it quietly in England. But the complete works of William Shakespeare might indeed not belong to one man alone. Alternative theories. The first common theory regarding the true identity of the author of Shakespeare's work pointed at Francis Bacon. Many thought that a man of Bacon's standing and intellect paid William Shakespeare, a mere actor, to put his name to this work, protecting Bacon's anonymity. Others think it was actually Edward de Vere, Earl of Oxford, a favourite within the court of Elizabeth I, until he impregnated one of her maids of honour, and known to be a fine playwright and poet. The Queen herself had received an extensive humanist education from her father, Henry VIII, and was known to be a keen scholar, one with a fine grasp. For politics, history, spoke to each other in a language no one else could understand. The villagers took in these lost children and soon learned they would only eat raw broad beans. Peculiar. In time, they would learn to eat other foods, and the green tinge of their skin faded. A tale to tell. The boy became sick and weak and would die not long after his arrival in the village, but the girl would go on to lead a long life in the area. Once she had learned to speak English, she would later explain the events that brought them to Woolpit. According to Ralph of Cockleshaw's account, she said she and her brother had lived in what could only be described as another world, where everything and everybody was green, and where the sun never rose in the sky, and they existed in a permanent twilight. The girl said they could also see another land across the river. Another monk, William of Newburgh, also covered this mysterious event years later, and said that the children claimed to have come from a place called St. Martin. One day the children were herding their father's cows and sheep near a cave, when they suddenly heard the sound of bells, which lured them to investigate. William of Newburgh stated he believed these bells were from nearby Bury St. Edmunds. One source for Ralph of Cockleshaw's story is Sir Richard de Carn of Wix, who allowed the children to live with him in his manor, where the girl, once she had adjusted to her new life, would become a servant for many years. She would go on to marry a man from neighbouring Norfolk who is believed to have been Richard Parr, an ambassador of King Henry II. The astronomer and writer Duncan Lunan looked into Richard de Carn's family history and determined that the girl was called Agnes. Folklore or fact. Some of the villagers believed that the children had been poisoned with arsenic, which can turn the skin green, by a guardian who had left them to die so that he could take their money. More likely, it is thought that the colour of the children's skin was due to chlorosis, hyperchromic anemia, which derives from the Greek word chloris, meaning a blend of green and yellow. A poor diet can cause this condition, and a symptom is the skin turning a shade of green. So, who were the children and where did they come from? The most believable account is that they were Flemish orphans who stumbled into the village fresh from a battle. In 1173, the Battle of Fornham, between Henry II and Robert de Beaumont, saw many Flemish immigrants killed as their settlement near the village of Fornham, St. Martin, Suffolk. The children could have witnessed their parents being killed and fled to Thetford Forest, the Twilight World. In this area at the time there were also several underground mine passages which the children could have wandered through. A cave. Now this picture shows Woolpit. Woolpit hosts a sign. In the centre, an image of the two children. But nearly 900 years later, who they were and where they came from remains unsolved. Alternative theories. In the years since the children arrived, it has been speculated that they were from another world, aliens or extraterrestrials who came to Earth. In 1621, Robert Burton wrote in his book The Anatomy of Melancholy that the children fell from heaven. It was a theory expanded upon in 1919 same day, Norton would also come across McClellan, who vented his annoyance at his crew and his captain, saying, "I'm having trouble with my crew. They refuse to work, and times I have wanted to punish them. Captain Wormel steps in, interceding on their behalf, so I've got no authority and can't do anything with them." McClellan would also complain about Wormel's increasingly poor eyesight. There would be 3 witnesses, including Norton, who would also hear McClellan threaten Wormel. "I'll get the captain before we get to Norfolk, I will." Abandoned ship. This clearly unhappy ship left Barbados for Hampton Roads, Virginia on January the 9th, and nearly 3 weeks later was seen off the coast of North Carolina, passing the Cape Lookout lightship. The Deering contacted Captain Jacobson on the lightship, and an unidentified crewman, whom he described as thin with reddish hair and with a foreign accent, told him they had lost their anchors in a storm off Cape Fear. Jacobson was only able to note it and not report it, as his radio was not working at that moment, but he was able to see that the crew were milling around on the foredeck of the ship, and something didn't feel right. The very next day, the Deering passed the SS Lake Ellen, southwest of the Diamond Shoals lightship at 5:45 p.m, and those who saw it commented on its strange course. 2 days later, at 6:30 a.m, on the morning of January the 31st, C.B. Brady of the Cape Hatteras Coast Guard Station spotted the Deering aground on the Diamond Shoals, but rough seas prevented any boats reaching it until the morning of February the 4th. Captain James Carlson of the Rescue was the first aboard the Deering, and he immediately confirmed it had been abandoned. There was no crew on board. The ship's log, key navigational equipment, and personal belongings, including certain papers, were all missing. As previously reported, its anchors were missing, and the Deering's 2 lifeboats were also gone. In the galley, food had been laid out as if the crew were about to sit down to eat. This macabre discovery prompted many questions. What had happened to the Deering? Where were the crew? Why had the ship been abandoned? To which the authorities had no answers. Answer in a bottle. The first clue came later in April 1921, when Christopher Columbus Gray from Buxton, North Carolina, claimed to have found a message in a bottle at the beach. The message suggested the crew had been captured by pirates. Deering captured by oil-burning boat, something like Chaser, taking off everything, handcuffing crew hiding all over ship, no chance to make escape. Finder, please notify headquarters. Deering. At first it was suggested the note was written by the Deering's engineer, Herbert Bates, but Gray later admitted the message was an elaborate hoax and he had written it himself. In May 1921, Captain Wormel's wife, Lula, Captain Merritt, who had started the journey, and Reverend Dr. Addison Lorimer made a trip to Washington, D.C., where they successfully petitioned Herbert Hoover, then the Secretary of Commerce, to launch an investigation. The investigation was headed up by Hoover's assistant, Lawrence Ritchie, and though he visited North Carolina himself and enlisted the support of the FBI and several government departments, by the end of 1922 he was forced to close it without providing any official conclusions to the case. Now this is a picture staged a mutiny, or communist agents might have boarded and taken control of the ship. The FBI had raided the United Russian Workers' Headquarters in New York and found evidence that Russia had ordered their agents to seize control of ships in American waters. If not Russian agents, there was a strong belief advanced by Wormel's widow that pirates operating in the area seized the men and any valuables. Or could the crew have risen up and launched a mutiny? It was clear through discussions both Wormel and McClellan had in Barbados that all was not well on board. When the Deering contacted Captain Jacobson at Cape Lookout, he was certain he did not speak to Wormel and that the man was not an officer. The US government's leading theory was that a mutiny had occurred. The Deering, having sailed through the Bermuda Triangle, has always excitedly drawn the attentions of those who promote the paranormal as an explanation, but the ship had successfully passed through the notorious triangle and was hundreds of miles away when it ran aground. Well then, okay, I'm going to leave it there. Well, that was fun. I look forward to reading the rest of this book. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers saying I shall see you very, very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers. Now this lovely book was very popular the last time I took a look at it. It's called Unsolved, Enigmas, Incredible Events that have puzzled the greatest minds. So I thought we would take a look at some more of the entries again. If you missed the first video, I'll put a link in the description. So let's go to the contents. Now, let's have a look. Mysterious disappearances. Okay, let's go to page 64. Now we've done that one. Let's go to the next one. What happened to the SS Ourang Medan? So I'll read this one. So the date was June 1947 or February 1948. Location, Straits of Malacca, Marshall Islands, or the Solomon Islands. The crew of this ship were discovered dead on board, their faces frozen in terror. How did they come to die? And did the Ourang Medan ever even exist? Nothing is certain about the fate of the Dutch ship SS Ourang Medan, not even when or where it was last seen. In either June 1947 or February 1948, a series of distress calls were made by the boat in the Straits of Malacca between Indonesia and Sumatra. Other reports place the ship 400 miles or 650 kilometres southeast of the Marshall Islands in the Pacific Ocean. Another report has it close to the Solomon Islands. The US ship city of Baltimore, as well as English and Dutch listening posts, received this distress call in Morse code: "We float. All officers, including the captain, dead in the chart room and on the bridge. Probably whole of crew dead." It was impossible to decipher what came next until a second and final message arrived: "I die." Silver Star launched a hasty rescue mission and located the ship, which at first sight appeared to be completely undamaged, but when they went on board, they discovered the entire crew had died, and all their faces were contorted with a look of sheer terror. According to the proceedings of the Merchant Marine Council in 1952, the bodies were found sprawled on their backs, the frozen faces upturned to the sun with mouths gaping open and eyes staring. Now I think this is a picture of the ship here. The captain was found on the bridge, while the officers' bodies were lying all over the wheelhouse and chart room. The radio operator was found dead, still at his post, his eyes wide open, and with his fingers on the telegraph, having tapped out that final message. The crew of the Silver Star continued their search below deck, where they found more corpses in the boiler room, and even though the temperature outside was a sweltering 110 degrees Fahrenheit, or 43 degrees centigrade, there was a strange chill in the hold that no one could explain. There was no damage to the ship, no signs of injury to the corpses, nor any evidence of foul play. The captain of the Silver Star decided to tow the Ourang Medan back to port, but smoke soon began to billow from its lower decks, and the decision was made to cut the tow line and abandon it. Fire took hold of the ship, causing an explosion that lifted it from the water before it sank. A shifting tale. The first reports of the demise of Ourang Medan were published in a Dutch-Indonesian newspaper between February and March 1948, written by the Italian author Silvio Shirley, but the name of the Silver Star was never mentioned. The stories were based on the testimony of an unnamed German who claimed to be the sole survivor of the Ourang Medan crew, and who was found by an Italian missionary and natives on the Taongi Atoll, a largely uninhabited coral atoll in the Marshall Islands. Before he died, the German sailor told the missionary that the ship had been travelling from an unnamed Chinese port to Costa Rica in secret and was carrying a supply of sulfuric acid which leaked on board, killing the crew and sinking the ship. The Italian missionary told this to Scully, who wrote the stories for the newspaper, but they in turn published a disclaimer. This is the last part of our story about the mystery of the Ourang Medan. We must repeat that we don't have any other data on this mystery of the sea, nor can we answer the many unanswered questions in the story. It may seem obvious that this is a thrilling romance of the sea. On the other hand, the author, Silvio Scully, assures us of the authenticity of the story. The problem with the whole incident is that there is no evidence that the Ourang Medan, which translates as man from Medan, in Indonesian existed. Over the last 70 years, rescue the Ourang Medan, and in any case it was to be found sailing around Brazil rather than the Straits of Malaga or anywhere near the Marshall Islands. Crucially, no member of the Silver Star ever spoke about what they discovered when they boarded the Ourang Medan. No one came forward to substantiate the story of their rescue. To add to the mystery, reports of the sinking of the Ourang Medan can be traced back to November 1940, more than 6 years before it was supposed to have happened, according to Silvio Scurley. Now at the bottom is a map of the maritime shipping route to the Marshall Islands. It says it is possible that the ship was on the fixed maritime shipping route mapped below. So we've got the Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, Philippines, Cambodia, Malaysia, Marshall Islands. So that will be the route through to there. The British newspapers, the Daily Mirror and the Yorkshire Post, had carried an Associated Press report containing many of the same details that would appear in 1948, but crucially, there was no mention of the terrified look of the corpses. The SOS communication was different, and the ship was found in the Solomon Islands. The source was not a soon-to-perish survivor, but a merchant marine officer from the rescuing ship, who was unnamed. There is also evidence that this version of the tale came from the same Silvio Scurley. Among so many conflicting reports about the ship, there is nothing to suggest it ever existed, or that the Silver Star attempted to rescue it, but that has not stopped the story from enduring for all these years, with speculation about how the crew came to die on board. Alternative theories. The most popular theory is that the Ourang Medan was involved in smuggling chemicals, including potassium cyanide, nitroglycerin and nerve agents from World War II. It is speculated that water got into the ship's hold and mixed with the chemicals to release a toxic gas that caused asphyxia and poisoning among the crew, leading to the fire and explosion that sank it. A more plausible theory is that a fire in the ship's boiler produced carbon monoxide that spread, fatally knocking out the whole crew. Could the crew have been killed by something outside the ship? An old seafaring tale claimed that a methane bubble came up from a fissure on the seafloor and overwhelmed the ship, killing everyone on board with clouds of noxious methane. The alleged terrified looks on the faces of the dead has led others to speculate that they were attacked by a UFO in the middle of the ocean. These unexplained looks, the lack of natural causes for their deaths, and that strange chill in the cargo hold form the basis of this rather hollow theory. Okay, let's have a look. Right, let's read this one. This is Enigma number 15. Did Valentich encounter UFOs? Date is October 1978 and the location is the Bass Strait, Australia. And now I think this is Valentich. He was a 20-year-old Australian shop assistant with an interest in aviation. Valentich was convinced. It has 4 bright lights. It seems to me like landing lights. The aircraft has just passed over me, at least 1,000 feet above. It's approaching right now, from east towards me. It seems to me that he's playing some sort of game. He's flying over me 2, 3 times at a time at speeds I could not identify. Valentich also reported that he was having difficulty controlling the aircraft, and that the engine was beginning to choke and rough ride. After 6 minutes of being in radio contact with Valentich, growing ever more agitated, his final words were, "That strange aircraft is hovering on top of me again. It is hovering, and it's not an aircraft." There then follows 17 seconds of a strange metallic scraping sound before all contact is lost. The search for Valentich. A sea and air search was immediately launched, while all other ships and planes in the area were asked to look out for Valentich's aircraft and any signs of wreckage. An oil slick north of King Island was discovered the next day, but there was no connection to Valentich's aircraft, and after 4 days the search was called off. In May 1982, the Bureau of Air Safety reported that the reasons for Valentich's disappearance had not been determined. However, it was presumed fatal. A year later, an engine cowl flap from a Cessna 182 aircraft was found washed ashore on Flinders Island, which featured a serial number from a range that included Valentich's aircraft. Valentich was an inexperienced pilot who had twice applied to join the Royal Australian Air Force, but had been rejected. At the time of his disappearance, he was studying to be a commercial pilot, but had failed all 5 licence exams. He had been reprimanded by the aviation authorities for straying into a controlled zone in Sydney and for deliberately flying into a cloud. The reason for Valentich's flight to King Island has never been properly established. He had said he was headed there to collect friends, but there were none waiting for him. He also said he went there for crayfish, but there's no record of him having ordered any. His father, Guido, spoke about his son's obsession with UFOs, how he claimed to have seen one and how he feared being abducted by one, which has led to a strong belief that he made the flight to look for UFOs. The fact that they have no trace of him really verifies the fact that UFOs could have been there, his father said in the days that followed his son's disappearance. In 2004, researcher Keith Basterfield discovered the official file on Valentich's disappearance in the online National Archives Index, even though he had been told it was lost or destroyed. But the 315-page file provides few clues or answers. The only thing we can say for sure is that the plane and pilot disappeared while he was describing a UFO, which is one of those things that just makes people wonder, Basterfield told the Adelaide Advertiser. A 2013 study by the astronomer and retired US Air Force pilot James McGaha and author Joe Nickell concluded that the inexperienced pilot had lost control of the plane by seeing a tilted horizon and in attempting to compensate put the plane into what is known as a graveyard spiral, which sent it into Bass Strait. The report also stated that the tightening spiral of the plane would have limited fuel flow, causing the rough riding Valentich had reported to air traffic control, and the bright lights that Valentich saw above him. McGaha and Nickell believed they were Valentich was flying upside down and that the lights were reflections of his own. Alternative theories. UFO enthusiasts claim that Valentich's disappearance was caused by the presence of an alien aircraft. Ground Saucer Watch, an organisation based in Phoenix, Arizona, has said there were reports of green lights in the sky over Bass Strait on the evening of October the 21st. They also point to photographs taken by Roy Manifold, a plumber and amateur photographer, who set up a time-lapse camera on a tripod on the shoreline to capture the sun setting over the water. A photograph shows a fast-moving object estimated to be travelling at 200 miles per hour, exiting the water under the Cape Otway lighthouse 20 minutes before Valentich reported he was having difficulties. However, the picture is not clear enough to identify the object, and there is no strong evidence that it was a UFO. Could Valentich have staged his own disappearance? He had enough fuel to travel for 500 miles, and Melbourne police did receive reports that a light aircraft had made a landing not far from Cape Otway that same evening. Baskerville says that the official report contains no suggestion it was a hoax. Suicide was also ruled out as a theory after doctors, friends and colleagues spoke about Valentich as a content and well-adjusted young man. So there we go. Now, what should we have next? Okay, let's look at this one. Enigma number 18. What causes the Martha ghost lights? Date 1883 to present day. Location Martha, Texas. Strange orbs of light have been seen floating around the Texan night sky outside a small town called Martha. Many have theories, but no one can explain the Martha ghost lights. On a winter's night in 1883, not long after sunset, young cowhand Robert Reed Ellison sat out on the plains through which he was driving his cattle. He'd made himself something to eat, checked on his animals, and was ready to settle down for the night. He was out near a small settlement called Martha, just west of Bassano Pass. Looking out into the darkness, a light caught his eye. At first, he feared Apache signal fires and worried for his herd's safety. He took to his horse and searched the surrounding countryside. He found no one and no man-made fires. The sun came up, and all Ellison could think of was what he had seen. Confused and a little scared, the young man went to the settlers in Martha and told them what he had seen, little orbs of light in the distance, seemingly dancing in the night sky. Some of those he told raised an eyebrow and laughed off his sightings. Others listened and said they had seen the same thing before. The mystery of the Martha ghost lights had begun, and it hasn't gone away. The legend grows. From those days of the early settlers driving cattle, the legend of the ghost lights grew faster than the town of Martha itself. In 1956, the Hollywood blockbuster Giant was filmed on the dusty plains that surround the town, and it is said that its main star, James Dean, arrived scan the night sky, hoping to catch a glimpse. Dean must have heard about the strange light through word of mouth, but a year after Giant was released, the first account of the sightings was published in the July 1957 issue of Coronet, a popular general digest magazine. As Americans read about this peculiar story, more experiences of the lights were reported, and soon, with the advent of travel, tourists came from farther afield. In 1976, the author Elton Mills wrote Tales of the Big Bend, a collection of Texan folklore stories that prominently included eyewitness accounts of the lights, plus an old photograph claiming to capture the phenomenon. Miles's book, along with the continuance of sightings and fascinating photographs, slowly built a legend. Martha welcomes the world. In 2003, such was the global interest, a viewing platform was erected out on a half-moon-shaped area adjoining Highway 67. People came from all over the world to stare across the Chinata Mountains. And it is said that on about 30 occasions a year in different seasons, people leave saying they have seen the mysterious orbs and have photographs. Witnesses talk of round lights the size of basketballs darting across the night sky, pulsating as they go. Other accounts report coloured spheres twinkling in the distance. Colours vary, sometimes yellow, sometimes blue, red or white. Sometimes they dart wildly across the sky, sometimes they just float, sometimes they merge into one. This picture here is the poster for the film Giant with James Dean. And this picture here is Martha in Texas and the viewing platform. I've been to Far West Texas a dozen times over the past decade, so of course I've seen the lights, as people have for more than a century, said Michael Hall, a keen believer. I've seen them at dusk and at midnight, in the summer and the fall, by myself and with other people. They appeared in the darkness south of US 90, between Alpine and Martha, yellowish white lights that glowed, faded, disappeared and returned in different places. Sometimes they changed colours, other times they split apart. I couldn't tell if they were 10 miles away or 100, the size of a car or a house. I didn't understand them, but I didn't care. I love those lights. Martha, an arty but quintessentially Texas town, has certainly gained outside recognition from the legend of its lights, but it is local James Bunnell, a former NASA aerospace engineer who attended Martha High School, residents of Martha, even those who have never seen the lights, cherish their legend and hold them very much as their own. My parents and grandparents saw the lights, said Ori West, whose family settled in Martha in the late 1880s. They've always been here. I hope they never find out what's out there. Mysteries make life interesting. Well, that's certainly true. I hope you enjoyed those little looks at unsolved enigmas. I think they're fun. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers saying I shall see you very, very soon. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate. standing within English society. To believe or not to believe. The anti-Stratfordian theory grew more fashionable throughout the 19th century. In 1857, Delia Bacon wrote a book arguing that it was Francis Bacon, the Elizabethan author and philosopher, who in fact had written the plays and sonnets. And that's him there. Delia Bacon was not related to Francis, but her book soon garnered much attention. The American novelist Nathaniel Hawthorne wrote the foreword to it, and when Mark Twain read it years later, he for one was convinced. So far as anybody actually knows and can prove, Shakespeare of Stratford-upon-Avon never wrote a play in his life, he said in 1909. Since Twain, many modern commentators have questioned the long-held assumption that one man was responsible for this magnificent body of work. The actor and director Orson Welles, himself a fine performer of Shakespearean prose, refused to conform to the idea that just one man was responsible for the plays he so loved. The civil rights activist Malcolm X became intrigued by the argument, even writing in his autobiography about the Shakespeare dilemma, wondering if Shakespeare existed, he was then the top poet around, so why hadn't Shakespeare been involved in the writing of the King James Bible? If he existed, why didn't King James use him? Charlie Chaplin was also an advocate for the anti-Stratfordian theory, saying in 1964, "I am not concerned with who wrote the works of Shakespeare, but I can hardly think it was the Stratford boy. Whoever wrote them had an aristocratic attitude." It is a popular argument. Shakespeare was a man born into a fairly modest background, and many scholars state that a man of his limited education would not have had a grasp of languages, the classics, history or politics, while a man of the nobility or so-called higher standing would. Then there is the sheer body of work, the vast number of plays and sonnets and poems, it is argued by non-believers, is far too great to belong to just one man. Add that to the fact that there is very little in the way of actual documentation linking a William Shakespeare of Stratford-upon-Avon to the complete works that the world knows and loves, and the argument becomes an interesting one. Now here is an image of Shakespeare. The Bard's Backers. Shakespeare enthusiasts scoff at the argument. In fact, they argue that Shakespeare did receive a high level of education and was well taught when it came to the classics, Latin grammar and history. They also point to the fact that the vast majority of his 38 plays had his name on their original title pages. Then there are the deeds to the Globe Theatre in London, the venue at which many of Shakespeare's plays were first performed. There is documentation that proves that the William Shakespeare named on them is the same man baptised in Stratford-upon-Avon in 1564. It seems likely that a William facsimile version of the Globe Theatre in London. Alternative theories. The first common theory regarding the true identity of the author of Shakespeare's work pointed at Francis Bacon. Many thought that a man of Bacon's standing and intellect paid William Shakespeare, a mere actor, to put his name to this work, protecting Bacon's anonymity. Others think it was actually Edward de Vere, Earl of Oxford, a favourite within the court of Elizabeth I, until he impregnated one of her maids of honour. And known to be a fine playwright and poet, the Queen herself had received an extensive humanist education from her father, Henry VIII, and was known to be a keen scholar, one with a fine grasp for politics, history, languages, rhetoric, and the classics. Of course, being the monarch and a female, putting her own name to a body of work would have been impossible. The theory falls down, though, as there were plays written after the Queen's death in 1603, but still, some do believe that she was involved in the earlier work. Many also point to Christopher Marlowe and Thomas Middleton, contemporaries of Shakespeare, and widely considered to have collaborated with him on many of his plays. What do you think? So let's go to the next story that I have highlighted. Has anyone broken the code of the Shugborough inscription? Date 1748 to present day. Location Shugborough Hall, Staffordshire, England. In the corner of a quiet garden of an English manor house stands a monument with a code that has baffled all those who attempted to solve it for nearly 3 centuries. In the grounds of the 17th century Shugborough Hall in Staffordshire stands a monument made of stone and marble, known as the Shepherd's Monument, sculpted by Peter Shoemakers. The monument was built sometime between 1748 and 1758 by the Anson family, who owned Shugborough Hall. It was Thomas Anson, the eldest son of the family, and a member of Parliament, who conceived and commissioned the monument, which was paid for by his younger brother, Admiral George Anson. In 1740, Anson had commanded a fleet of 7 ships on a journey around the world, and in June 1743 he had captured the Spanish ship Nuestra Senora de Cavadonga, which was laden with gold and jewels. His share of this treasure would help pay for renovations for Shugborough Hall and the building of the monument. The monument features a replica of the Arcadian shepherds, a renowned painting by Nicolas Poussin, who was a classical French artist in the 17th century. The carving of the original painting, which hangs in the Louvre Gallery in Paris, depicts a woman and 3 shepherds around a tomb, upon which are carved the words "Et in Arcadia ego," Latin for "I am also in Arcadia." Now this is Admiral George Anson, professional code breakers, including the team from Bletchley Park who solved the Enigma code during World War II, as well as such figures as Charles Darwin and Charles Dickens, have attempted to provide an answer without any success. Today it remains one of the great unsolved codes. At first it was assumed that the D and the M in the carving stood for dis manibus, which means dedicated to the shades, which is often found on Roman tombs. This could be the case, but this monument is not Roman. Could the mysterious letters in the monument be a tribute to Admiral George Anson's wife, Lady Elizabeth York, after her death? In 1951 it was suggested that the letters stood for a Latin phrase, optimi, uxorus, optimi, sororus, vidus, amantismus, vovit, virtutibus, which translates as best wife, best sister, widower most loving vows virtuously. In 2004, Sheila Lorne, a member of the Bletchley Park team from the war, endorsed this finding. I believe in the simple approach, and this appears to be an elegant solution, she said. Now, this is a picture of the Shepherd's Monument, designed by Thomas Wright, takes its name from the painting. It's based on the Arcadian shepherds. I'll show you a little bit closer. And then on the right here we have the code. Can you crack the code and be one of the half dozen code breakers who claim every week to have done just that? The historian A.J. Morton believes the letters were carved into the monument in the century after it was originally built by George Adams, the nephew of Thomas Anson, and his wife Mary Vernon Venables, who were residents of Shugborough Hall in the 19th century. Morton discovered that Adams' wife was the daughter of the first Baron Vernon and sister of Edward Vernon Harcourt, an Archbishop of York. He believes the inscription stands for Orgreave united with Overley and Shugborough, Viscount Anson Venables Vernon. It is very likely that the M. Urry V. Venables V. Vernon of S. Sudbury Hall, the Baron V. Vernon of D. Derbyshire, the Honourable Edward V. Vernon Harcourt, and the first V. Viscount A. Anson of O. Orgreave, a hamlet united with O. Burley and Shugborough, was somehow involved in the creation of the original Shugborough Code. I've tried convincing myself that I'm wrong, but I can't see any way out. While I'm pleased to have solved it, I do worry that I've destroyed something magical, Morton said. In 2014, Keith Massey, a linguist from the National Security Agency in the USA, came forward to say he had cracked the code, and the initials were in Latin and stood for Auru, ut omnes, sequentur, viam, verum, Bitum. I pray that all may follow the way to true life. I believe I've solved just another prophet. It was also rumoured that Nicholas Poussin was a Grand Master of the Knights Templar, and so the use of his painting in the carving was another clue to back up this theory. Once again, what do you think? Now we will take a look at the third story. Why is the screaming mummy screaming? And here is the screaming mummy. In 1886, 5 years after the discovery, the body originally named simply Unknown Man E was at last afforded a closer look. Date 1881 to present day. Location Deir el-Bahari, Egypt. A 19th century archaeological dig discovered a mummy whose pained face and quick burial suggested foul play. In 1881, 300 miles, that's 480 kilometres, south of Cairo, in Deir el-Bahari, an archaeological dig is well underway. At the end of a 45-foot, 14-metre vertical shaft, 40 Egyptian mummies are discovered. It's an extraordinary find. Past rulers and royalty are disturbed from their slumber of 3,000 years. Among them is an unidentified mummy, at first ignored. The fact that the body was not identified would soon prick the curiosity of those who made the famous discovery. Experts believed that at the end of the Ramesside period, tomb robbing had become such a serious problem that the high priests began to remove pharaohs from their places of rest to less grandiose sites. Secreted away from prying hands, the mummies were stripped of their most valuable belongings. However, in ancient Egypt, the most precious asset to a dead man was his identity. Having their name buried with them assured the dead a place in heaven. On close inspection, the body, when closely inspected, had not been preserved like those with whom he had for so long shared a tomb. His arms had been bound in leather. His internal organs and brain were intact. They were usually removed. The act of embalming the body had been done very quickly. No embalming fluids were used, just quicklime, meaning mummification would occur naturally, and he was seemingly quickly put into a cedar box, the interior of which had been crudely hacked in order to widen it. This was no royal burial. Perhaps most tellingly, the body was wrapped, rather than in the customary linen, in sheepskin, indicating that this was an unclean body, one not worthy of the afterlife afforded to the most beloved of rulers. And then there was the expression on the man's face. When the face was uncovered, archaeologists found the facial muscles strained and the mouth agape, contorted, as if the man had died screaming. It was unclear whether the man had died in agony, or if the body had been manipulated to give it this terrified expression. But from then on, Unknown Man E was known as the Screaming Mummy. A deliberate act. At first, those examining the body presumed their find was an Egyptian who had passed away while serving a governor who travelled abroad within Egypt's vast empire, and that the nature of his burial was due merely to its having been carried out by novices, unaccustomed to Egypt's usual customs. This theory explained why the body was draped in sheepskin, a cloth were baffled. Mummies were never discovered with such pained expressions. Early theories suggested that the man had been poisoned. "We'd never seen a mummy like this, suffering," said Dr. Hawass, a former minister of antiquities in Egypt. "It's not normal and tells us something happened, but we did not know exactly what." Other theories leaned toward the body being that of a foreign prince, a man who died while in Egypt and could not be returned to his home for burial. This theory was retracted due to the lack of identity, the fact that despite possible royal links, he would, as a foreigner, not have been placed alongside Egyptian pharaohs. Over 100 years later, a CT scan of the skeletal remains indicated that the body was Egyptian and that it was indeed royalty, as implied by the shape of the skull. The shape, proportions, and the long distance of the cranium from the forehead to the back of the skull were in keeping with features of Egyptian royalty. Into the 21st century, those who study the screaming mummy are left with a body buried with little care that belonged to someone who died in great pain. Not only that, but the body seems to belong to Egyptian royalty. For over 120 years, the body has intrigued and baffled in equal measure. Alternative theories. Armed with the theory that the screaming mummy was indeed royalty, experts directed their gaze to Pentower, an ancient Egyptian prince thought to have lived between 1173 BCE and 1155 BCE. Pentower was the son of Pharaoh Ramesses III, and it is said he was involved in a plot to kill the pharaoh in order to come to power. DNA tests, while inconclusive, suggested that the mystery mummy was indeed related to Ramesses, but the nature of the plot and the manner to which the screaming mummy was killed are still shrouded in speculation. It is said that the plot involved Pentower, his mother, Tyre, army commanders, and even the numerous women in the prince's harem. Whether or not the assassination plot was successful remains a mystery, although new evidence suggests the pharaoh's neck was slit. Records, though, suggest he lived until his 60s and died of ill health. The theory goes on to argue that Pentower was found guilty of the crime, but because of his noble background was spared a gruesome execution. It is thought his co-conspirators were buried alive and their ashes strewn across the streets, and instead was afforded the option of killing himself. This would have been done by poison, a painful death, and one that would explain the excruciating expression upon his face. Others suggest the body was strangled or hanged. What do you think? Well, I hope you enjoyed those 3 unsolved enigmas. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers saying, I shall see you very, very soon. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye. Hello everybody, this is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today we're going to take another look at this lovely book, Mysteries of the World, Unexplained Wonders and Mysterious Phenomena. So I've already picked the chapter. I thought we could take a look at some of the stories cases, the stories are better understood as allegories, tales designed to send a specific message. Since the Middle Ages, many new mysteries and miracles have entered the picture. These have been more precisely documented both by the religious and the secular side, which can be explained by the increasing separation between church and state. Secular and religious authorities, both trying to justify their right to power, welcomed seemingly inexplicable phenomena as evidence of their God-given status. During the Renaissance, when most sacred symbols and signs conveyed political meaning, a scientific interest in miracles and mysteries began that continues to this day, leading to an improved standard of investigation. This section of the book deals with religious miracles and wonders from different epochs, beginning with the period of the biblical Old Testament and concluding with phenomena that only became known in the 19th or 20th centuries. As in the previous chapter, the focus is on the intersection between science and mystery. Okay, so what do we start with? The Great Flood. The 7th chapter of the book of Genesis describes how God made it rain for 40 days and 40 nights in order to inundate the earth and annihilate all people who lived in sin. Only Noah, who heeded God's warning, was able to save himself and his family from the flood by building an ark. There's an illustration of that very thing there. Accounts of the flood. According to current research, the biblical account of the Great Flood was written down in the 7th or 6th century BC, most likely based on prior sources from the Babylonian Assyrian region, but that is not the only place we find tales about a tremendous flood. Scholars have since assembled more than 250 flood accounts from cultures all over the world. It should be mentioned that these tales are often quite autonomous and are not easily brought into accord with the biblical flood. Within the context of a biblical historical comparative study as well, certain discrepancies need to be taken into consideration. The theory, proposed in the 17th century by the Irish theologian James Ussher, 1581 to 1656, for example, calculated that the flood took place in the year 2501 BC. This was certainly false, as later finds from the Royal Library in Nineveh would prove. That library contained copies of an ancient account known as the Gilgamesh epic. See the box to the right. Okay, we'll read about that in a second. That describes the flood based on the language used. The original text has been dated to around 2100 BC. The library itself was built much later. So let's see what it says about that. The Epic of the Gilgamesh is recorded on 12 stone tablets, the majority of which are well preserved. The tale deals with the legendary king Gilgamesh, who is said to have lived somewhere between 2750 and 2600 BC. 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, this king tried to elevate himself to the level of the gods. Toward this end, he undertook a journey to the was equally unlikely. The length of time that it rained has been similarly brought into question, as has the landing place of the Ark, named Mount Ararat in the Bible. The widespread opinion was and remains that this is a mountain in Armenia, disregarding the fact that this mountain was called something different during biblical times. Comparison with the more accurate Babylonian texts revealed that a small plateau in the delta of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers is also named Ararat. For centuries, adventurers have been pulled in both directions. Excavation on Ararat supposedly uncovered parts of the Ark, including a ship hull in the Ararat region. In 2003, a Russian group found evidence of stone anchors on the mountain. Needless to say, none of this has survived more exacting investigation. As already mentioned, since a worldwide flood is not possible, individual scholars operate on the presumption that the biblical flood was an inundation that covered the land far and wide for a lengthy period of time. Early in the 20th century, British archaeologist Charles Leonard Woolley, 1880 to 1960, found some evidence that Mesopotamia had suffered such a catastrophe, but it was not until the years 1993 and 2000 that evidence was revealed proving that natural disasters on this dramatic scale actually happened. After the Russian ship Aquanaut found remains of freshwater plants deep in the Black Sea in 1993, Robert D. Ballard, who located the wreck of the Titanic, investigated the sea bottom further. He came upon the remains of a human settlement dated to around 5600 BC, which had been the victim of a natural disaster. Whether this is also evidence of the biblical flood is still not clear. Okay, so now we are on the Dead Sea Scrolls. In West Jordan in 1947, near the ruins of Qumran, also known as Kerbet Qumran, clay pots filled with scrolls were found stashed in 11 caves. Preliminary investigation identified the texts as belonging to the Essens. See box facing page. Okay, we'll read that in a second. However, a later review of these results has raised additional questions that are not yet adequately answered. So let's see what it says in this box. Okay, the Essens, I think that's how you pronounce it, from the Aramaic for the pious, were a Jewish religious group in existence from about 150 BC to 100 AD. They can be understood as forerunners of later monastic orders. They lived in isolation from other members of the Jewish faith, practiced abstinence and abjured personal possessions. For the good of the group, they were organised into strict hierarchies and had stringent rules governing the day. It is thought that the Essens were not one unified group, but consisted of... if you can hear a scratching noise, my cat's trying to get into the door, I do apologise. But consisted of numerous distinct groups, each with its own rules and regulation of faith. Okay, fragments inside a cave near Qumran, and the first thorough analysis of the scrolls they contained. During this time interval, the young man first tried to sell the parchment rolls. Later, war between Egypt and Israel, 1947 to 1949, made textual analysis by experts at Jerusalem University even more difficult. In January 1948, after one of the manuscripts had been identified as a version of the book of the prophet Isaiah, an expedition to search the caves was quickly dispatched. When the caves were finally located, it was quite clear that their contents had been thoroughly plundered. The fragments that remained suggested that between 200 and 250 scrolls had originally been stored here. In 10 neighbouring caves, still more manuscripts and fragments were found. Based on the biblical content of the scrolls and the cave's proximity to the ruins of Qumran, which had been described by the Roman scholar Plinius, 24 to 69 AD, as the location of an Essene religious settlement, a connection was made between these scrolls and the Essene community or Essen community. Confusing discoveries. Today we know that approximately 500 different scribes produced the 800 or so texts or fragments of texts that were ultimately recovered, writing in Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, or Nabatean. The scrolls were dated between the 3rd century BC and the 1st century AD. This result encouraged a closer look at the Qumran ruins, triggering a discussion that continues to this day. The unusually high number of scrolls alone, as well as the number of scribes involved, together with the age of some of the texts, raised questions concerning the extent of the Essen complex or Essene complex. Roman coins found during archaeological excavation dated the site's destruction to the time of the Jewish rebellion, 66 to 67 AD. Among their findings were a storage room filled with hundreds of clay bowls and pots, millstones, a gill, and cisterns connected with the Essen practice of ritual bathing. A dining room and scriptorium where texts were written down or copied were also identified. There were, however, no signs of living spaces or private quarters of any kind, which suggests that the inhabitants retired to the nearby caves to sleep. Many of the finds were not in line with what one might expect from an ascetic, cloistered religious order. In fact, some scholars claimed that the results point to a Qumran that was in fact a ceramic workshop or even a simple village. Other scholars proposed that texts were written or copied to order there. A further theory claims that the caves and abbey ruins have no direct relationship to one another. The Dead Sea Scrolls of Qumran are today considered among the most valuable historical manuscripts ever discovered, yet their history, now as then, still lies shrouded in darkness. Over time it has become less likely that the as yet undeciphered scrolls will tell us anything about their past. visitors who came to see the newborn Jesus. Matthew speaks of wise men, magi or astrologers, and lists the gifts they presented to Jesus. There is also little evidence that the wise men were canonised according to the standard procedures of the Catholic Church. It's likely that the number of gifts was the decisive factor in determining the number of wise men. Their names, however, appeared only later in the 5th century AD, in a book on the childhood of Jesus written in Armenian. It assigned to the kings the names Caspar of India, Balthasar of Arabia, and Melkon of Persia. When we take into account that Matthew, more than any other evangelist, set great store in symbols, it seems best to view the wise men as literary figures, included to underline Jesus' importance. The bones that made their way from Palestra, Byzantium, and Mainz to Cologne, Germany, in 1164, under the circumstances that are not entirely explained, despite all claims to the contrary, are not the bones of the astrologers. It is thought that the bones were imported to support the position of Holy Roman Emperor Frederick I, Barbarossa, during a politically unsettled period of his reign. This was the emperor who was the first to pray to the Christ child, but also the man who would elevate secular rulers above the rank of the princes of the church. The Star of Bethlehem. Just as Matthew was the only gospel writer to mention the wise men, the Star of Bethlehem is also missing from the other gospels. Here again, one can assume that this is an example of the use of a symbol, the conscious placing of a sign on high. Investigations have nevertheless attempted to trace the appearance of the Star of Bethlehem back to an astronomical phenomenon. One of the oldest theories, reported as early as the 3rd century AD, says that the star might have been a comet. This sounds reasonable, especially since there were comets visible from the Earth in the time prior to Christ's birth. It has since been proven, however, that none of these comets were in any way exceptionally visible. Other theories propose that a supernova, an exploding star, would have been responsible for the star's sudden appearance above Bethlehem. Since no evidence of this has been found, this claim is probably untenable. The third possibility would be a conjunction of two stars. Now, it says, see the box on the right. Let's read that. The meeting of two stars. A conjunction is said to take place when, as viewed from the Earth, two stars appear to move tightly together or line up, one behind the other. When this happens, their surfaces reflecting the light of the sun seem larger than normal, making an alignment like this brighter and more visible than any one star on its own would appear. This theory is supported by the frequent occurrence of conjunctions in the time period shortly before Christ was born. On the other hand, similar to the situation with the comet theory, it is not clear why this one conjunction would be viewed as being in any way unusual to the people experiencing it. In addition, it has been calculated that the conjunction over Bethlehem was not perfect, meaning it would have required little effort to distinguish the individual stars from each other. This discrepancy would have destroyed any impression that the conjunction his widow, Jean de Vergy, found herself responsible for the upkeep of the recently completed collegiate church in Léry near Troyes, which her husband had built under orders from the king. Toward this end, she organised a public exhibition in the church of a piece of linen that measured 14.3 feet, that's 4.36 metres, long, and 3.6 feet or 1.1 metres wide. On the cloth, the blurred form of a naked human could be recognised. Traces of blood marked wounds on the head, hands, feet and breasts. This piece, claimed Jean de Vergy, was the very cloth in which Jesus Christ had been buried. Shortly after the exhibit opened, the Bishop of Troyes took possession of the shroud to stave off rumours that the piece was a forgery. Jean de Vergy herself could provide no detailed information regarding how the shroud came to be in her husband's possession. The road to Turin. 32 years later, the cloth was exhibited once again, this time by Geoffrey de Johnny's son, with the support of the anti-pope Clement VII. The following years were a time of deep schism, characterised by constant strife between Rome and Avignon, each claiming to be the only authentic seat of the Catholic Church. The shroud played an important role in this struggle over church policy. Clement VII used the relic as a means of exerting pressure, arguing that his possession of the cloth alone was proof that he was the true pope. After the Council of Constance, actually a series of councils held between 1414 and 1418, brought about the reunification of the Catholic Church, the shroud lost its political meaning. The shroud was then returned to the Collegiate Church of Léry for storage, but was later exhibited in other European cities. It finally fell into the possession of Ludwig, Duke of Savoy, who stored it in the ducal castle chapel in Chambry. It was there in 1532. most recent investigations used lignin, vanillin, decomposition as a dating method. These results showed that the cloth was between 1300 and 3000 years old. While this makes it possible that the radiocarbon dates are in error, no further concrete results are forthcoming. Attempts at explanation. Now, as in the past, the question remains unanswered as to how the image came to be on the linen. Although several scientific theories have been proposed, none of these has withstood closer examination. Statements from the Middle Ages saying that the image on the shroud is a painting have been weakened by the absence of pigment particles. Other proposals, including one suggestion that the image could be the product of a chemical reaction caused by the evaporation of aloe, which can be used to anoint a body before burial, have also proved unfounded. While experiments showed that evaporation did leave an image behind, the contrast wasn't nearly as strong as that of the image on the shroud. In addition to the question of how the linen came to be imprinted with this intriguing image, speculation continues as to how the shroud could have remained hidden for over 1300 years, as well as how it passed from Palestine to France at all. The question as to whether the man whose shroud has caused a stir for over 650 years really is Jesus Christ is also unanswered. Our Lady of Guadalupe. It is said that in December 1531, the Mother of God appeared to the peasant Juan Diego in the town of Guadalupe, Mexico, entrusting him with the task of having a church built on that spot. When the Archbishop refused to fulfill this request, an image of the Virgin appeared on Diego's apron. This relic is still on display at the place where Mary first appeared to him. The apparition. According to legends, Juan Diego was on his way to Mass in Tlatelolco, where Mexico City is now, when he heard a hymn come down from heaven. The voice of the Virgin Mary spoke to him from a cloud, sending him to the Bishop of Mexico to request that a church be built at the place of their meeting. When Juan Diego was finally allowed to meet with the bishop, the prelate did not believe him and sent Diego back home. The next day, Juan Diego went to the same place and again heard the voice of Our Lady asking him to appear before the bishop in her name so that a church could be built on that spot. Again the bishop sent the peasant home. When Juan Diego arrived back at the place where he had heard the voice twice before, he told the lady that the bishop would not believe him without a sign. When Diego returned to the house, he found his uncle mortally ill. The village doctor was not able to help him, so the uncle told the nephew to go fetch a priest to administer the last rites. On his way to the city, he met a woman whose voice he recognised as that of the Virgin. She told him that his uncle was already healed and sent him to pick flowers at the place where they had spoken before, although it was winter and flowers were not in bloom. Diego obeyed and collected the miraculous blooms in his cloak. When he returned, she sent him to the city again, telling him to open his flower-filled mantle. When he kneeled before the bishop, when Diego did as he was asked and presented the flowers to the bishop, there was an image of the Virgin imprinted on Diego's cloak underneath the flowers. The bishop recognised this as a sign from the Virgin Mary and declared himself ready images of several persons within it. This alone